Thank you all for tuning in. We've got the joint address to Congress that's starting in about an hour and a half here. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now in the U.S. Capitol. We're going to have members of Congress and senators stopping by throughout the evening. And so without any more delay, we have our first senator who's ready to join us, Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada. Thank you so much for joining.
I am excited to join you, Brian. Thank you. Thanks for coming out here to the Capitol and being here.
Of course, of course. So now in terms of what we're expected to see tonight with this speech, what do you anticipate it will be like?
Oh, I think it's going to be similar to what he gave when he got sworn in. I mean, if you listen to his speech at the inauguration, that was a speech that you would normally give to a joint session of Congress or the State of the Union. And it's much of the same. I mean, you know, this is what's so frustrating, I think, for many of us in Nevada. He had talked about on day one wanting to lower prices, and he's done just the opposite. We're seeing all these increase in prices, and he's not making families' lives any easier right now when it comes to dealing with grocery prices or energy prices or even housing costs.
Well, that's a particularly potent issue in Nevada, in Las Vegas. Housing was one of the top issues that voters were going to the polls for. And again, to your exact point, a lot of us saw an election cycle that was completely predicated on bringing down the cost of goods, the cost of rent, the cost of housing. And yet now, the first thing he does within a month of getting into office is start imposing tariffs that are going to raise the prices of everything. And so how do you anticipate that, you know, you're in a really important state in Nevada. How do you anticipate that people are going to react as soon as these costs begin to bear down?
Well, I'm already hearing from them. I mean, my gosh, my office has been inundated with calls from people. People that have been affected by his kind of slashing and gutting government and firing people and taking away the revenues that we fought for to bring into the state. And still seeing high costs, housing costs, groceries, eggs. You know, we have the avian flu has hit our dairy cows. And so we're having challenges, and we want to make sure we can contain it. But this administration has eliminated the people in federal government that actually work on containing the avian flu, for crying out loud. I mean, it's just outrageous in the sense that it's so chaotic. People are like, what is going on? And they are asking kind of what to expect. There's no certainty, and that's not really comfortable for people, right? They want to know that their lives, prices are coming down, that they're going to be able to put food on the table for their kids, and it's a challenge for them right now.
Well, one antidote to that we've seen is the ability for these lawmakers and senators to go back to their districts and their states and actually face the voters. And now we have a notice from the NRCC, that's the National Republican Congressional Committee, is that correct? That's offered up guidance for these members not to even go back to their districts, not to face any of the voters who elected them into office.
Well, what is crazy is that they need guidance to tell them that. I mean, Come on, really? I mean, and that's the point. That's why you're there. If you can't answer the tough questions, then maybe you shouldn't be in Congress, and maybe you're not listening to your voters and you're paying attention to somebody who wants to be king, quite frankly, and that's what we're seeing here. There has been a challenge for some of my Republican colleagues to stand up and do the right thing, and I can't imagine they're not hearing from their constituents, because when I go home, I was just in Reno, in northern Nevada, I heard from my constituents, and not just Democrats or independents and Republicans, and people are questioning what the heck is going on and what's happening, and they want answers, and they want to know somebody's in their corner that's fighting for them. And you know, let me just say this. Here's what I tell them. Because there's a lot of people in my state that voted for Trump. Remember, in Nevada, people voted for Donald Trump. But now they're looking at and talking to me saying, what did we do? And I talk to them and say, listen, he's a grifter. he says one thing and does another, and he's very good at it.
Yeah.
So you just need to understand his end game here. And his end game is anything that benefits him or his billionaire friends. Thus the Trump tax cuts that he's trying to extend right now. That's what this is about.
I want to dig into that point because I know that a lot of folks who are watching right now will hear you say that there are folks in your very important swing state who regret their vote for him. Can you dig into a little bit of what you've heard, not necessarily just from these tried and true Democrats, but from folks who are either independents or Trump voters who are now feeling the effects of an administration that doesn't feel like it's accountable to any voters now that he got what he needed from them and is finally in office?
Yeah, and I will say this, our voters in Nevada are no different in the sense that, listen, these are hardworking, middle-class individuals and families. and they just want to know somebody who's got their back, that is going to reduce costs, help make their lives a little bit easier, have a good paying job, and only one job should be enough for them, right? And make sure their kids are taken care of and have a good education. And when Donald Trump comes over and says, I'm going to do all of this for you, how can how can you not want to support somebody like that? But I knew, and I think many people know, that he again, he's a grifter, so he's going to say one thing and do another just to get what he wants. And so the goal here is with individuals who may have supported him, say, it's all right that you did, but you now have to understand the consequences of it. He swindled you. He swindled many across the country. He's continuing to do it. Here's what is actually happening, and I think that's our role in Congress here, is to shine a light on it so that the American public can understand it, because it's the American public who's going to make change at the end of the day. This is a government of the people, right? For the people, by the people. We are the ones that demand what we want, and the only way we can make sure that people use their voices now is to get them to understand what he's doing to swindle them.
Well, perfectly put, and we are seeing that more and more. That is why they sent out this guidance to not go and face your voters, because they recognize how potent the voters' voices could be. And this is exactly what we saw in 2017 to 2018 when Republicans again tried to take healthcare away, very much like how they're trying to take Medicaid away right now, and they weren't able to, successfully do that back then. And if we're looking for a similar situation, this is pretty much the same backdrop as we saw back then. So,
Right.
Senator, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for being here. It's great to talk with you.
Thank you. Okay. We do have another member of Congress, a member of Congress now, Representative Debbie Dingell. So I'd like to welcome her here so we can have a quick conversation. And you can hold this while we talk.
Glad to do that.
So what do you anticipate in advance of this speech tonight will be Trump's focus as it relates to costs versus what he's doing right now?
So I think we're going to see sheer theater tonight. I think that the speech may be a little different than the one he was going to give yesterday, in that you've seen the impact of tariffs and the crashing of the stock market today. I think you'll see, as he often does, within the next 24 to 48 hours, we may see a change in the tariff policy. But I think he's going to be sheer Donald Trump. I think he's going to take credit for doing all kinds of things. He's not going to address the issues that people wanted to see him do when they elect him, which is to lower the price of groceries, worry about housing. He's going to make a lot of promises, like, I'm not going to cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid, but when you close 1,000 Social Security offices and lay off 7,000 people, you are impacting Social Security. So I know what he's going to do, and it'll be interesting to see how the American people.
So I'm curious, as it relates to Social Security and Medicaid, to your exact point, he is looking to have the Social Security Administration's personnel, and of course, we know that Medicaid is on the chopping block, because when you cut $880 billion from the committee that oversees Medicaid, no way to do that mathematically other than to cut Medicaid itself. And so, I know that there are a lot of folks watching right now for whom Medicaid is a lifeline, for whom Social Security is a lifeline. And so, what's your message to those folks in light of what's happening right now? Clearly, potent enough to get them paying attention.
What I'm trying to do back home is to raise the human stories. That people, it's surprising how many people know what Medicaid is. I mean, it takes care of our children. It takes care of people with disabilities. It is the largest payer of long-term care in this country. And they do not want to see a cut, which is why initially he said, I will not cut Social Security or Medicare, but he has added Medicaid to it. I sit on that committee that has to do that budget, and there is no way to get to where they say they're going to be without cutting it. We cannot do that. Our children deserve to have access to health care. I mean, he wants to cut SNAP. But we have to raise the human stories. We've got to make sure, and I think it's happening with DOGE, as you see it actually impact communities. You see people being fired. You see Meals on Wheels or Head Start or programs that impact people every day being frozen or threatened. People see and understand that, but we've got to do a far better job of communicating.
What do you make of the fact that as we watch these lifelines for the American people, like Medicaid, like SNAP, food stamps, like Social Security, all become targets for DOJ and the Trump administration, that at the same time, they're perfectly content to heap all of the saved money, the quote-unquote fraud, waste, and abuse money, onto programs that just so happen to be overseen by Elon Musk. I mean, I don't know how many more Defense Department contracts Elon himself has to benefit from before we start to recognize that really what they're doing is just eliminating these programs that people rely on to survive, all so that we can make the richest person on the entire planet even richer.
So I want to say this to you. I think that we have such a conflict of interest with Elon Musk. And people say to me, don't Democrats want to eliminate waste and fraud? Well, sure, I want to eliminate waste and fraud. And we should sit down and have that discussion. Let's start with the Pentagon. Let's look at the defense budget. And I also want to say this to you. I'm tired of the demonization of government employees. They do things for people every single day that they take for granted, from, taking care of veterans at the hospitals to air traffic control to bird flu and of keeping our food safe. And Elon Musk just keeps, now what are we going to do with air traffic controllers? Oh, we got to get rid of Verizon and hire SpaceLinks. Just another contract to make him wealthy. We need to be looking at these things, but we got to educate people. We can't. Now I'm sounding political and you're sounding political. We have to get the facts out there. We have to raise the human faces and help people know what the truth is.
To the point of raising these human stories, a lot of the Democrats have opted to bring those impacted by these firings, these federal firings at the hands of DOJ, to the State of the Union. Can you talk about some of the folks who are here today?
There are lots of different kinds of people. I have someone from the Veterans Hospital that was fired in the very initial firings. And, this really upsets me because I've spent the last 4 years, I don't care who's president, I stand up for what needs to happen. And there happens to be a John Dingell Veterans Hospital in Detroit, which I'm in both hospitals on a regular basis, that had, there were things that were going on that shouldn't have happened, and it was understaffed. And there was an inspector general study after I raised the issues, and quite frankly, the director of the hospital was fired. And they're understaffed now, and we're going to go and cut more people. Our veterans need to have care. We've got a moral obligation to them. We don't understaff further. But the kinds of people that are here are people that many of them have been fired from jobs. They're employees that worked for the same agency for 10 years, but were doing such a good job they got promoted, and they'd been in the promoted job for less than a year and were called probationary. And then we're told that they were being fired for cause, but they had outstanding appraisals, evaluations in December. I've met a doctor that's here fighting for Medicaid and telling the story of the kinds of patients. You have working families that have insurance, but a child that has a heart condition that Medicaid ends up coming in and helping make sure that they can have a healthy life by addressing the problems now. There's someone that was head of the small business department or small business that was fired again. There are all kinds of people here that have been impacted by what has happened since Donald Trump has become president.
And so, what do you anticipate? What do you anticipate he'll do in terms of those people? Because clearly, these are not the kind of voices that want to be elevated. And so, when it comes to Trump having to address the issue of why these people were fired, what will his excuse be to explain away the fact that we had folks who were in charge of cancer research at the NIH, folks who were in charge of making sure we didn't have wildfires in our national parks, folks who made sure that planes stayed in the air, which is a conspicuous problem these days. What will his justification be to try and explain away his actions?
I don't think he will try to make those. He has been someone that keeps saying he stands behind Musk. Musk is going to be, we're all told, will be in the gallery tonight. I think he's going to talk about how we have to eliminate waste and abuse and fraud, and that the government has to be shaken up, and that's what he's doing. And I'm going to go back at him and say, I'll work with you to cut waste and fraud, but you don't have to destroy communities. Right. You have to make sure my Great Lakes are still going to stay safe. You have to make sure when I'm in the air that there are no more air accidents. There have been 2 airplane accidents. There have been too many of them. So I think he's going to avoid addressing Doge head on and the impact it's having on people's lives in the communities.
Well, I appreciate you spotlighting one of these impacted federal employees and the rest of the caucus doing the same as well. So thank you so much for taking the time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was great being with you. Thanks for being here.
Okay, so we are going to continue on in this live stream. We have about a little over an hour. Okay, when you zoom in, everybody sees it. We've got about an hour left here until the actual address happens. So this is the joint address. This is basically it's the equivalent of the State of the Union, but it is the first address that happens in a president's term. So that, again, starts in about an hour. If you have questions that you'd like me to ask when lawmakers or senators stop by, feel free to throw them into the chat, and we will, I'll do my best to answer those questions. In terms of what I anticipate we will hear from Trump, of course, it will be a particular focus or emphasis on this idea that he is cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And as we've seen, there hasn't been any rationale for him to say that he's doing that. We've seen numerous instances where on the Doge website, they actually continue putting these examples of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse that eventually just get eliminated when it becomes found out that what they had written on that website wasn't in fact true. We saw one example where they put $8 billion instead of $8 million. So just a casual 1,000 times bigger than what they'd actually cut. And that is just one of the numerous examples that we've seen thus far as it relates to how Doge has really misrepresented what it is they're trying to do. I want to give you a little bit of an idea as to why I'm here in DC. So generally, when you're watching these live streams, you'll recognize that I'm doing it from my own studio in California. Decided to come out to DC because we brought a group of 50 content creators out here to be able to meet with members of Congress, meet with senators, start to build relationships with them, highlight what they're doing in the chamber by virtue of bringing these impacted federal employees here this evening. And so this is really the beginning of something that I've been preaching for a long time, which is for the Democratic Party to recognize the importance of independent media, to recognize the importance of content creators, to see what the right has been doing for the better part of a decade by elevating folks like Dan Bongino and Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, Alex Jones. I mean, all of their independent outlets, all of their content creators, all of their influencers on the right have outsized influence on that party because they've recognized just how potent those content creators have been for them. And yes, it took an entire election cycle where Democrats got decimated at the polls in the House, Senate, and White House for us to recognize the importance of this stuff, but they do now. And so we're starting in a really big way in terms of trying to get as many content creators, both politics first and politics adjacent, here to the Capitol to be able to start building up relationships with the folks who are in office right now. And so I'm hoping that beyond just myself, if you follow other content creators, you'll start to see some of that content where they're getting better, more direct access to their members of Congress, to other members of Congress, to senators, as they recognize how many people are consuming news in this space and not just going to, the legacy medias of the world, not just going to CNN and ABC and CNN and NBC. So very glad to see the ways in which the party more broadly has been able to embrace independent media, embrace these content creators. And again, I do anticipate that as you continue watching the coverage, not just of events like this, but similar events, major events where there's the opportunity to actually live stream, the opportunity to make some news, that you're going to get that news here from the Capitol, not just from watching legacy media, which I know fewer and fewer people do, but from those content creators themselves. I'm getting the question about asking the Democrats that I interview what will be their messaging and policy to retake the House and the Senate. And I think we're starting to see the beginnings of that percolate right now. For example, we are seeing how already the idea that Medicaid is being cut has a lot of similarities to what we saw in 2017 and 2018. And I should remind you that in the aftermath of Republicans trying to cut the ACA, that what we saw was Democrats retake the House by the biggest margin in modern American history. So that is the beginnings of what we're seeing right now. To that point, we do have another senator here to join us, Senator Klobuchar. Thanks so much for joining.
Hey, Brian.
So I'm going to pass this back and forth,
Okay,
and you can
cool.
just grab it.
Excellent.
So as we head into this process tonight, I know that
I love
as
how you call it a process.
this process, we'll be very, very generous about it. I know that you've spoken to other folks who've decided to use this opportunity to highlight those impacted by Trump's and Elon's firings as a result of Doge. Can you talk about what the whole strategy, the whole process for these members and senators has been?
Sure. So I made this point at the inauguration because I somehow ended up chairing the inauguration and something I agreed to do a year ago. But I made the point that the power of all those pros and everyone, the wealthy people that were in that rotunda and all the electeds, it wasn't in that rotunda. It came from outside of the rotunda. So one of the things that we do is bring guests to the State of the Union. And this year, we have uniquely featured people that have either been fired heartlessly on, Valentine's Day with no notice after serving their government, having little kids, firefighters, unbelievable stories, or people such as a young girl that life was saved from an NIH trial for rare diseases. Or we've got my farmer who is going to be and already is affected by these tariffs, or a maple sugar producer in Vermont that Peter Welch brought. Same thing. And so it is our moment to have the people that are affected by all of this, they're looking down on Donald Trump. Now, they're not going to yell or act out for the most part.
We've got Marjorie Taylor Greene for that.
Yeah, exactly. And they'd be kicked out if they did. But they're going to bring home with them. And we've been doing, interviews at home. We've been making clear on social media, other places, that these are our guests and this is what's happening to them. It is a way of reaching back home. And every one of those guests is going to go home and tell their stories. So it is part of a big, big fight we're engaged in, which is to fight this in the courts, in which we've won already 35 cases where they paused these unconstitutional funding grabs. We're fighting it in the Congress, even though we're outnumbered. If 3 of them would, stand up in the House, or 4 senators, 4 Republicans, we could stop this. But the way we do that is by making clear to the final group, our constituents. Court, Congress, constituents. The constituents, in my mind, are winning right now. They are not winning with what Trump's doing, but they're winning in terms of everyone else, in terms of showing up at town halls, getting out there, doing their parts. And that is what the people are in the gallery. They represent basically millions of people who are getting hurt right now by Trump's policies.
So you have the folks who your guests are representative of in terms of the thousands of federal employees who've been fired. Also, in terms of the power of the constituents, we're seeing the potency of these town halls. Right. And more Republicans, I think, are recognizing how bad these town halls are, if for nothing else than just their optics. And so we had recent guidance from the DRCC, if that's correct, basically telling them not to go ahead and do any of these town halls anymore because it looks too bad for them to have to stand up to their own voters who are upset about the raft of things they're doing, whether it's these federal firings, whether it's these attacks on veterans, whether it's the prospect of or the imminent stripping of Medicaid funding or food stamps. And so can I have your reaction to the fact that in this moment right now, where they have the ability to go and speak directly to the people who've elected them, they're opting instead to just hide?
Yeah. I mean, and also not standing up in their votes, right? Not standing up in terms of leading efforts to, say, reverse these tariffs or do something about the nutrition funding for kids, or they're just hiding basically in general. But one of the ways you find out and you learn is by getting out there. So for me, the mother of all town halls in Minnesota is the Minnesota State Fair, which it's the biggest state fair in the country. You'll have to come sometime. Butter carving of princesses, you name it.
I'm a Jew from New Jersey who if I went near that much butter, I might die. We are not a well-built people.
Okay, there was like 12 butter busts, and they're in a revolving refrigerator.
Yeah.
And then they butter bust, they carve their heads basically with the tiaras on in a revolving cold, cold freezer, and they wear down coats in August. Okay, so at that state fair, which is the biggest in the country, because we don't count Texas because they're open 30 days. For many reasons, we don't count them, but we are the biggest state fair. That is the mother of our town hall meetings. I have a booth there, and it's right on the corner by the haunted house and the pork chop on a stick. And I can stand out there, and people who maybe wouldn't even go to, certainly not email or go to an office, they come and tell me what they're thinking. So I go out there like 8-9 days out of the whole fair, and I have learned a lot from that. So getting out there, even parades helps. People come up to you who actually might not even go to a town hall, if I could say. And so you can't hide. I get my best ideas from my constituents.
Maybe turn a little bit to the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm bad politician.
Well,
But you know what I did do with the guests today? Speaking of bad politicians, I had only the guests speak, and we had 12 U.S. senators there, including Senator Schumer, Senator Warner. The people who were our guests, they spoke and we didn't.
How is it for elected officials to have to not speak?
Okay, here's the deal, Brian. They stayed the whole time. I've never seen them do that.
Yeah.
And I think it was because they didn't have to hear each other speak the whole time. But I also think it's because these stories they made everyone cry in the room, and it was real. And so I just think we have to do more of that. People are, do this, do that. We are going around the clock. But what really is going to matter is the people at home speaking out. And even if they don't show up at a meeting, emailing, showing up at the office, trying to talk to people, talking to your friends and neighbors and explain this thing I just said. 3 Republicans standing up in the House or 4 of them standing up in the Senate could change the course of history right now.
To that point, in terms of the potency of what these people are able to do, there is, and this was what I was speaking about just before you came and sat down, the idea that this is very analogous to what we saw in 2017. And so clearly the reason that Republicans aren't looking to do these town halls is because we did see a lot of town halls in the lead up to the 2018 midterm cycle where eventually Democrats would win the House by the biggest margin in modern American history. And so do you see the same ingredients right now that we saw in advance of the 2018 midterm cycle start to brew?
I do, and I think, I think a lot of this, I think the ingredients have changed. I guess I go way back before some of your listeners were even maybe born, but the 2006 election, or they were still in elementary school, that one was 2 years before Obama, right? And people were really pissed about George Bush. They were pissed about the war in Iraq, right? And people would come up to me. That was when I first ran. And they were like, hey, I'm a Republican, but I don't like what's going on. Or I'm a Republican, but I don't like how they've handled it. And so people turned out big. That was when Sherrod Brown, Bob Casey, Claire McCaskill, when they all got elected. Then you fast forward 2 years, another change election, Barack Obama. No one thought his guy named Barack Obama was going to win. But so I've been through these pretty joyful elections, and I know that's a hard word to use about politics right now. I'm not naive. But they were change elections. They were hard going in. We had people running against really incumbents that had been there forever. But they were willing to put themselves out there in hard states, in red and purple states. They ran in both the House and the Senate. Remember then Nancy Pelosi comes in as Speaker, the whole thing. They did that. And this is so my feeling right now is because people are willing to stand up at that time, they're going to be willing to do it again. And we are really focused on the economics right now one of my things I keep stressing about this State of the Union and Donald Trump. What is the State of the Union? Corruption's up, chaos is up, and costs are up. Just ask anyone in the egg aisle. 25% increase in wholesale eggs since Donald Trump came in. Increase in rent, increase in lumber, which means increase in housing costs, increase in coffee by 15%. Maybe a few of your people out there are drinking coffee. So all of this is happening right now, and I just think that he should be working on lowering costs. He's not, and whatever he says tonight that he's done it, that's not right. And Ukraine is on the line tonight. Let's see what he says about that. If there can be any possibility of a reset when he's cozying up to Vladimir Putin. Here's one interesting fact: Russia is only 2 to 3% of our world's economy. Our allies, including Japan and South Korea, 50% with us, 50%.
And so you would think that there's some significance in defending NATO as opposed to Russia.
I would. So even beyond the security issues and the military issues, there is an economic issue here that we want to stick with our friends and not nab them with 25% tariffs like we are doing with Canada. It's going pretty far when they're booing at Canadian Minnesota hockey games because we're friends of those.
When you get the Canadians to boo for something, that's when you've lost the plot.
Big bad situation.
Well, Senator, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time tonight and appreciate you highlighting some of these impacted federal employees as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So for those watching, we are less than an hour now out from the joint address happening. So happy to answer some questions if you want to throw them into the chat. For those who are saying that Democrats should boycott, look, this is an opportunity right now to get a spotlight on a lot of these impacted federal employees. And I know that the Republicans, like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, want to try and present these people as the personification of government bloat, as waste, fraud, and abuse. But these are the folks who research for cures for cancer. These are the folks who keep planes in the sky at the FAA. These are the folks who are making sure that mapping out wildfires, like the one that happened in my state. I mean, within miles away from my own house. And so the notion that these people are discardable in the way that Donald Trump has presented them as is completely misguided. And I think that having this venue be a platform for elected officials to bring some of these federal guests, some of these impacted federal employees, is going to be especially important here. You can throw questions to me in the chat, and once we have guests who come in, so far we've had a couple of senators and a member of Congress. If you want to throw questions in the chat for them as well, all you got to do is tag my name so I can easily see it. We're also seeing right now the impacts of Trump's economic policy, and I think that's been especially potent. And it'll be interesting to see how he reconciles that, because his whole shtick when he came into office, just like when he came into office in 2016, was this idea that he was a businessman, and so he has this business background. He's going to be able to leverage that to help the economy. And of course, we watched the economy contract during his presidency. We saw the most jobs lost, a net 3 million job loss, the worst economic numbers of any president in modern American history. We watched the unemployment rate rise from 4% to 6.5% in his term. And now, by virtue of his own actions and how he's handled the issue of tariffs, how he's handled every economic issue in front of him, we're seeing the same thing play out, where we are effectively in correction territory in the stock market, wiped out all the gains that he's had during his presidency. And in fact, the stock market, whether it's the Dow, NASDAQ, or S&P 500, are all lower right now than they were when he first took office. And we're going to see the cascading effects come down now that we have reciprocal tariffs on goods coming in from Canada, which means lumber is going to be more expensive, which means building houses are going to be more expensive, which means that the price of living is not going to be lower, it's going to be higher. The price of rent then is going to be higher. We've already seen how the price of food is higher right now. And so on issue after issue after issue, everything that he came into office promising to do, we are seeing put on full display right now that is not his priority. And in fact, he's going to do whatever he can to turn all of these things on their head and make prices rise rather than make them fall.
Coming over here, we hadn't seen the excerpts yet, so they're keeping a tight hold on it so far.
Thanks for joining us from Capitol.
Looks like we have about a little less than an hour here until this speech begins in earnest here. Do I think they're trying to tank the stock market to then buy as much stock as they can? I sense this happening. I think that tanking the stock market is their way of so that stocks become cheap is their way of just saying, of trying to explain away the fact that the stock market is tanking. You generally, unless you're trying to do this for like some new batch of people who's just entering the stock market right now, most of the people who own stock, who are in the stock market already own stocks, which means that they're being impacted, that their 401ks are already impacted. The people who are maybe entering the stock market today, or rather 2 days ago, maybe they'll be able to buy stocks cheaply, but folks who already have their 401ks, they're already suffering the consequences of a stock market that has been plummeting over the last few days. And so of course they'll try to spin it as if it's a good thing, but I don't know what administration is going to be successful trying to spin the fact that the stock market is tanking as a good thing. While they're in the middle of all these cuts, what's their plan to replace these important resources? I can only assume they have a concept. Yes, I'm sure they have a concept of a plan. Look, I don't think there is a focus on trying to replace any of these important programs or resources. I think what we're seeing more and more is that their priority simply is not the things that they are cutting right now. Their priority is not Medicaid. Their priority is not food stamps. Their priority is not education funding or healthcare funding or cancer research, or making sure that there are folks who are working jobs in the national parks or in any of these different areas where the federal government right now has played such a big role in keeping people safe. The FAA, for example, air traffic controllers. It just is not their priority. They are showing by virtue of what they are doing what their priority is, and that is making sure to continue heaping these government contracts to the billions of dollars onto Elon Musk and people who have used their time and resources to help Trump get elected. That's it. This is the tail end of the quid pro quo. This is the quo end of the quid pro quo. So Elon gave $250 million to Trump during the campaign. Now he's getting his. And we're seeing that put on full display on a daily basis. But the big tragedy of that is that in order for Trump to get into office, it required duping regular, hardworking, working-class Americans into thinking that he gave a shit about what they did. And the reality is that he doesn't, that his priority is not these working class Americans, that his priority is simply helping himself and his donors financially. That's it. Don't listen to what he says, watch what he does. Do I think that Democrats should talk to their constituents about peaceful protests so that Trump won't try and cancel primaries? Start pushing candidates now instead of 2 weeks before the election. Look, Trump is not going to cancel the primaries, so I want to disabuse you of the notion that that the election is going to be canceled. At least until we have any evidence that he's trying something like that, I think we have enough to worry about without having to manufacture things separate and apart from that. With that said, it's of course something that I think about on a daily basis. We've seen the extent to which he's willing to abuse his position in order to help himself politically. But there are a lot of folks who are making sure that anything Trump tries to do that is unconstitutional or illegal, that they're bringing these in front of the judges in the courts. And we've seen numerous instances where there are TROs, temporary restraining orders, or POs, PIs, preliminary injunctions, largely preventing the worst excesses of this administration. So we will continue to follow along with that stuff. I cover it on a daily basis on my YouTube channel, for example. So if you are not yet subscribed, please make sure to subscribe so that you can follow on top of that stuff as well. How should people respond to the lies in the speech tonight? Well, I think that we all have to use this opportunity to use whatever platforms and whatever voice we have in terms of responding to all of this stuff. We are going to see him lie about the strength of the economy, which is not strong. We're going to see him lie about jobs, which people are losing. And in fact, there is a school of thought that Trump is going to try to take government employees out of the official tally of jobs gained or lost. And so already trying to screw with the data, basically, to make himself look better. But any way you cut what we've seen thus far in this administration, even with regard to DOJ, I mean, there's this whole idea that they're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And again, from day one, we have seen numerous instances where what they're saying they're cutting doesn't exactly bear out. They put one example of waste, fraud, and abuse that they've cut as being an $8 billion contract, which we ultimately found out was an $8 million contract, so just a casual 1,000 times less than what they said it was. And the top 5 financial outlays that they claimed to have saved money for ended up being a complete farce. And so again, on instance after instance where Trump is going to beat his chest and claim victory on something, we're seeing that when push comes to shove, his words are not actually matching up with his actions. Is Bernie attending? I actually just interviewed Bernie about a couple of weeks ago, so I would highly recommend, if you haven't had the opportunity to see that, I would highly recommend checking it out on my YouTube channel as well. Yeah. Do I think Lutnick talking about walking the Canadian tariff amount back is the administration blinking on this stupid trade war? I think that this administration is showing right now that they are not immune to political pressure, that they are not immune to what folks, their constituents, are saying. And so in a lot of these instances, yes, we will absolutely see the administration walk this stuff back because, as I've said before, there are no winners in a trade war. And not only is us imposing tariffs on foreign countries nothing more than a tax on Americans, because it's not the foreign country that pays the tariff. It is American consumers who pay higher prices because those companies are hit with higher costs and they're going to pass those higher costs on to consumers. So it's us who have to pay those amounts. But also, when we have retaliatory tariffs imposed by Canada, well, then the prices go up as well. And so we're less likely to sell them goods, for example, which means it hurts American businesses on our side who are looking to sell goods internationally. And so everybody gets hurt by a trade war on both sides. The only person who benefits, there's no person who benefits in a trade war. It is mutually destructive. And that's what we're seeing play out right now. So insofar as we're going to see anything happen, it will be a rescission of these tariffs because, again, there are no winners here. And by the way, we knew there were no winners all along, but that didn't stop these people from barreling ahead anyway. That didn't stop the Trump administration from barreling ahead anyway and imposing these tariffs, knowing full well the pain that it would cause. And it's playing out exactly as everybody thought it would. We're watching the stock market tank exactly as we thought it would. When the price of lumber goes up, we're going to see that impact the housing market. We're going to see that impact rent for people exactly how we thought it would. And the reality is that Trump didn't care. He wanted to beat his chest and show how much of a tough guy he could be. And the result of that is that the only people that are hurt most by this are regular Americans who have to afford this stuff that is now 25% more expensive, all because Trump wanted to try and flex his ego. And lo and behold, that's what he's doing. But really, the practical impact of that is that everything costs more money for regular people, including, by the way, those Republicans who voted for him. Can Congress enact a vote of no confidence on Trump and remove him from office? So I think that's something that happens in other countries. I know that I can't remember the country that happens in, but no. What we could see, what would be possible, metaphysically possible, is impeachment. But I would not bank any of your expectations on the prospect of a Republican-led House or a Republican-led Senate impeaching or voting to convict this president. I mean, hell, we've watched Senator Cassidy, who is a Republican senator from Louisiana. He's a medical doctor. Vote to confirm RFK Jr., who is an anti-vaxxer, at the same time that measles are having the biggest outbreak that I can remember seeing in Texas. And so clearly there's no floor when it comes to what these senators will be or senators or lawmakers on the Republican side will be pressured into doing by virtue of their blind allegiance, their blind fealty to Donald Trump. And if you can get a medical doctor to vote to confirm an avowed anti-vaxxer who helped exacerbate a measles outbreak in American Samoa, if you can get that guy to vote for that guy to lead our nation's health agency, the Health and Human Services, then it really goes to show that there are no standards. Those are out the window. There's no floor. There's no bar that these people won't go below to prove their fealty to Donald Trump. And so when it comes to impeachment, no, I would not bank any of our hopes on the prospect of Trump being impeached. I think more important, to be perfectly honest, more hopeful, is the constituents in these districts being able to hold their own members to account at these town halls. I mean, what we're seeing right now, and this is what I spoke with Senator Klobuchar about, is that members having to face their own constituents really is the only time that these people are recognizing that their biggest threat is not the prospect of a primary challenge at the hands of Donald Trump or one funded by Elon Musk. But if they recognize that their own constituents are so aggressively pissed off by virtue of the ways that their members of Congress are contracting all of their power out to the executive branch, that their senators are refusing to stand up for their own states and instead conferring or contracting all of their autonomy over to Donald Trump, when they recognize that the people who are directly responsible for getting them into office are as pissed off as we're seeing they are right now, that becomes existential for them in a way that that the prospect of some potential primary challenge at some untold point in the future can't be. And so that is why, by the way, they're so afraid of continuing to hold these town halls, and why there has been guidance that was put forward about not even holding these town halls anymore. And that is because of that exact reason. It's because they know that they're directly accountable to their voters and they don't want anything to do with them. With that said, I will go full screen for just a moment on C-SPAN, and right after that, I'll come back in about 30 to 45 seconds.
After 4 years of basically kind of being in, DC exile in West Palm, obviously the people that make up his cabinet, the people that make up his White House, some of his most trusted advisors, spent 4 years in some of these right-aligned think tanks figuring out what Trump's platform should be, once he gets back into office. And so they're kind of moving on that. But I think what you saw for the first 5 weeks in his administration was executive power. Him issuing over 75 executive orders, him basically pushing, I think, what a lot of people believe are the limits to those executive orders. And now I think you're going to see Trump really try to turn onto that legislative power, making it very clear what he wants Congress to do when in office. And so that is what we expect from a joint address of Congress, joint address to Congress from a president, really laying out how they want that first year to go, but then all the years after that.
Jason, Dick, that speech that President Biden gave last year, that let's use that as our lodestar, that did make a difference, last year's speech. Do these generally make a difference?
They certainly can. As you know, with Biden, I mean, and I think that I would argue that in 2017, Trump set the table for what he would eventually get, with the tax cuts, with that first year. So, I mean, depending on what he wants to emphasize, I mean, it's obvious that, just by the guests that they do want to emphasize issues that are important to their base. That can be something that will signal to their base, like, hey, we've got you, we're keeping our word. If you see like some of the focus groups that have come out, even people who are independents and Democrats are saying, well, he did say he was going to do this, and whether it's tariffs or what have you. And I think that that's the thing that, reaffirming that in the eyes of the White House could be a good, because they really actually don't have that much time for legislation. These times when the party controls the White House and both chambers of Congress are pretty fleeting. They have a few months to do it. and then they're in the midterms, and then usually they lose one of the chambers. So they know that they're on the clock, and they want to hit the ground running.
Okay,
And this
we
is the
are
first
back.
chance to speak directly to the American people after the election.
Let's check back in with Greta Bronner.
Peter, Jason
Being
Dick
asked,
mentioned
who's the
the
designated
former speaker
survivor? I
ripping
don't
up
think we
the
have,
speech
a
of
designated
President Trump
survivor.
during his first term and what his.
Okay, for those who are just tuning in, we are about 35 minutes away from the speech beginning this evening. Again, this is the joint address to Congress right now. Normally it would be called the State of the Union, but when it's the first address of a president's term, it's called the joint address. And so this is what we would normally consider the State of the Union, but alas. If you want to throw questions into the chat, you can go ahead and do that, and just make sure to tag my name. This way I can see them. I'm trying to go back to the previous questions that I got and make sure I can answer everything. Will I be interviewing any Republican senators? You will be shocked to learn that none of them were willing to take me up on my invitation. So no, I do not think that we'll have any Republican senators. In my entire career, I've had one Republican's office respond to a request for an interview. And it was Matt Gaetz, his office. And I had requested an interview with Matt Gaetz, and his staffer responded by simply saying, is this you? And then put about a dozen different tweets of mine into the email. And that was his way of saying, not happening. So needless to say, no, there will be no Republican lawmakers or senators who will be joining me on this live stream, but not for lack of trying, but rather owed to the fact that they are just solely not interested in speaking to anybody outside of their bubble. What do you recommend each of us does to stop the insanity and get things back on track? I think there are a few things that can be especially effective right now. First of all, if you live in a Republican district or a Republican state with a Republican senator, make sure that you are reaching out to those people. If they are holding town halls, which I know that we're going to see fewer and fewer of, make sure you attend. If you have the option to go to their field office in their district, make sure you go there. If you have the option to go to their office in D.C., make sure you go there. If you can call these offices, they log those calls. Make sure that you are from the district that they represent and tell them your where you live, but your zip code. But other than that, just make sure that you are reaching out to these people and letting your thoughts be known. Look, to claim that we don't know to claim that they're not feeling the heat right now is to ignore the fact that they are not even letting their members do town halls, or they're strongly recommending against doing these town halls. And that's because they know how bad the optics are of what they're trying to do, and they don't want the American people to be able to confront them about it. So if that's what they don't want, make sure that you can get yourself in front of these people. So go to their office, call their offices, make sure that you're attending these town halls. That's the best way to really force some kind of a change more broadly. Why are Republicans so afraid to criticize Trump or stand up? Is it because of Musk? Yes. I mean, it's because they are focused on keeping their jobs. That is what they are there to do. They are there because they are too afraid to stand up to him, knowing full well that he will try and recruit some primary challenge for them and that it'll be funded by Elon Musk. And so even though you have these people who are on record for years and years and years on the right side of the Ukraine-Russia issue, suddenly they can't even acknowledge objective reality about the fact that Ukraine was the target in this war, that Russia was the aggressor in this war. They are refusing to acknowledge objective reality on issue after issue after issue, whether it is Ukraine and Russia, whether it is the importance of eliminating the federal debt, and instead continuing to vote for budget resolutions like the one that we just saw, where okay they'll make some mild cuts and then completely offset that with $4.5 trillion in in funds for tax cuts. And so on issue after issue, whatever these Republicans have claimed that they stand for, Donald Trump has proven that they're not willing to stand on business on any of this stuff. Fiscal responsibility, family values, the military. I mean, these guys are putting their name on budget resolutions to eliminate health care, to eliminate Medicaid, to eliminate food stamps, to eliminate cancer research, education funding, all these things that Republicans had beat their chest about protecting in the past. And yet now, because Trump says jump, they say how high. So that is their second, third, and fourth priority. They are just afraid of being on the receiving end of a primary challenge at the hands of Donald Trump, and one that is funded by Elon Musk. What happens to a Republican Party that doesn't have a central figure that matches Trump? I'm not sure what happens. Look, there are no shortage of people in the Republican Party who are perfectly content to try and desperately grab everybody's attention. Nancy Mace exists to shove herself in front of a camera. So if there is oxygen in the room, Nancy Mace is going to be there to get it. So I don't have any doubt about the fact that the incentive structure on the right has basically devolved into a situation where everybody is trying to get themselves in front of the camera. Everybody wants to be the main character in today's Republican Party. And so, do I know what's going to happen when it comes to the 2028 election cycle? I have no idea. And frankly, 2 months before COVID, nobody knew that 8 weeks from then, the whole world would be different. And so us trying to figure out what it's going to look like right now in 2028 is a little bit of a fool's errand. But I mean, look, I wrote a book about why it's important in part to vote for Joe Biden in this next election cycle. So things change pretty quickly. But to that point, I do think that it is important that that we do what we can right now on a daily basis, not to allow Republicans basically what they have used to their advantage for so long, which is the ability to just own their narrative. And that's why I am glad that we're seeing a lot of the members and senators tonight use their guest spots to bring in impacted federal employees, people that were working to keep our national parks clean, people that were working to map out the wildfires that were burning through my state of California, people who are veterans who worked at the VA, because this is something that is impacting real people. And so as opposed to just waiting and saying, okay, well, the midterms are 18 months from now, Democrats are on the offensive right now by showing what Trump's policies, the consequences of Trump's policies are in real time. And so bringing a lot of these impacted federal employees to tonight's joint address is, I think, a smart strategy, and glad that they're doing that. I would also like to see Democrats start to hold town halls, especially in lieu of the Republicans who refuse to do so now because of this new guidance that was handed down by the NRCC. So you will see fewer and fewer Republican town halls. So if a Republican represents a certain district, I would love to see a Democrat go into those districts where the Republicans refuse to do so, whether it's an elected official already or whether it's a candidate. This is a great opportunity to use that void that's being filled by the cowardice of today's Republican Party. Get out there and say, look, if the person whose salary is paid by your tax dollars isn't willing to come here and actually answer to the people who elected them to office, I'll do it. So this is a great opportunity for a lot of elected officials who are in these districts, in nearby districts, who represent the state, to raise their profile, to hold them, to put themselves in front of constituents who are unhappy, or for candidates who are going to start the process of running for office in the next few months as we head toward 2026, to make themselves known in these districts by holding these town halls and say, look, if your member of Congress doesn't want to come here because they're too chicken shit to actually face the voters who elected them into office, then I'll do it. That's what I would love to see. And insofar as I have any influence here, I'm going to be pushing for members of Congress to do exactly that, or candidates for office, rather, to do exactly that. Other than moving to a red or purple state, what can we do in a solidly blue state? Well, I recognize that I probably can't ask people to up and move their entire families and instead head over to Pennsylvania or Nevada or Arizona or Wisconsin. But if you do live in a state that is solidly blue, like I do, use whatever town hall you have at your disposal. And you don't need 1 million followers on some social media platform to be able to do that. I've told this story a million times, and I'll say it right now, that the difference in the 2020 election between a Trump win and a Biden win was 2 votes per precinct. That's it. So it doesn't take some huge swath of people to be able to swing an election in some of these very close states. And so begin the process of letting folks know, especially people who are independents, maybe they were Biden-Trump voters, maybe they're avowed Trump supporters who voted for him 2 or 3 times. Let them know what the impacts of his policies are right now, because there's no way to explain away the fact that the stock market is tanking without pointing to what he's doing with these tariffs. There's no way to explain away the fact that we're seeing prices on everyday goods rise as the result of his economic policies. There's no other way to explain away the fact that eggs are nearly doubled in price other than pointing at the fact that he's not doing anything to bring the cost of any of these goods down. And in fact, his policies are exacerbating high prices for all of these goods. So start to lay the foundations of showing people who've supported him in the past what's actually happening. And remember that a lot of these people are subjected to media that refuses to bring any of this stuff into public view. If you're watching right-wing media, they're not going to report on the fact that the stock market is tanking and that it's lower now than when he first took office. They're not going to report on the fact that the cost of all of these food items has skyrocketed since he came into office. They're not going to report on the fact that the cost to build homes is going to go up because of this trade war that he sparked with our own ally in Canada, which is going to cause the price of lumber to rise. And so on point after point after point, you can start to lay the seeds. And I know it's not going to be one fell swoop that you're going to be able to extricate these people from the cloud that Donald Trump has cast over them, but starting to lay the foundations and show what he's done with his power, which is not to bring prices down on day one, which is exactly what he promised, and the bill of goods that he sold to these people, but instead that in reality he has really helped one person above all, and that's Elon Musk. When you take away all of these essential programs, when you fire veterans from the VA, when you slash education funding and cancer research funding, when you do all of that stuff, but then heap more programs, more benefits, and more contracts onto Elon and Starlink and SpaceX and Tesla, well, who does that all help? This isn't some big secret. All of that is right there in black and white. The biggest beneficiary of all of this is the guy who invested $250 million into Donald Trump, and now he's getting his. And so we're seeing that on a daily basis. The people who are benefiting the most from this presidency are not the people who thought they would be taken care of. It's the person who knew he would be taken care of, and that's why he invested so much in Trump in the first place. And so I'm getting the question, how can we unbrainwash Trumpists? I mean, it's not going to be something that happens in one fell swoop, but starting to lay the foundation by talking to these folks now on a one-on-one, in a one-on-one setting with clear, undiscernible facts. Go to the supermarket. All you got to do is walk into Trader Joe's or whatever supermarket you have where you live, Wegmans, ShopRite, Ralph's, wherever you live in this country. Walk into a supermarket and tell me that the prices that you're seeing right now are not monumentally higher than what we saw a month ago. So it doesn't, you don't have to point to something that Rachel Maddow said in terms of getting these people to recognize the objective reality that they're living in. All you have to do is point to the things that Trump himself promised. That's all you got to do. My swing state representative, Tom Keene Jr. I don't remember what district that is, but I believe that is somewhere in central Jersey, if I'm not mistaken, has rep me in the state and Congress for 25 years and never has held an in-person town hall in that time. He was pro-Ukraine, sanctioned by Putin, and now he's parroting Trump. Look, we're going to see so many examples of exactly this, where these people who pretended to stand for any of these things, whether it was earnest or not, who pretended to be pro-fiscal responsibility, pro-family values, pro-Ukraine, pro-democracy, pro-law enforcement, pro-police, are now doing whatever they have to do to stay in Trump's good graces, which means you have to, pander to a guy who was convicted in a courtroom in New York for charges related to a hush money payout for an affair he had while his wife was at home with their infant son. That is the family values president in the Republican Party. You have a guy who is abandoning Ukraine and heaping all of these advantages onto Russia, while now we have administration officials who are teasing the prospect of exiting NATO, which is the alliance of democracies in around the world who are responsible for the longest post-war period of peace and prosperity in world history. You've got people who claim to be pro-law enforcement who are now having to cheer on the fact that Trump, in his first act in office, pardoned 1,600 violent insurrectionists, a number of whom have committed crimes since then, including sexual assault and domestic violence. Those are the people who Trump felt it was so necessary to let back onto the streets, and those are the people who all of these Republican lawmakers and senators decided to support. So in instance after instance, we are seeing how these Republicans are perfectly content to sacrifice any of their stated values if it means that they get to stay in Trump's good graces. Because at the end of the day, they don't view their constituents as their bosses. They don't view the American public as their bosses. They are solely concerned with what Donald Trump does. That is their first, second, and third priority, because they just want to keep their jobs and they are afraid of him fielding a primary challenge against them. That if you are looking for a testament to the abject cowardice in the Republican Party, that's it. I mean, we are a far cry from like storming the beaches of Normandy days when it comes to today's Republican Party. This is the epitome of chicken shit lawmakers and senators that we're seeing right now.
Like they have done.
So as you can see, let's make this a little bit bigger as we prepare here for this speech to begin. Again, we've got about 20 minutes here before everything starts in earnest, the presidential address. For those who are just tuning in, this will begin at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. Are there any movements whose messaging and practices can help new people begin to protest safely? I don't know of a specific movement right now, but I do know that that these town halls are the beginnings of people who are able to finally hold their elected officials to account. So I would say, first and foremost, keep an eye out for these town halls, both Democratic and Republican.
For 2 seconds, Jasmine Wright, let's listen to Speaker Johnson. And you can see the two Senate leaders there, John Thune and Chuck Schumer, just snuck by. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota.
So we just had Amy Klobuchar on the stream a little while ago answering some questions, especially as they relate to town halls. I did get a question that I want to discuss, and that is that As a UK citizen, I've been wondering if there's anything foreign friends of America can do to help. And really, in this media environment, and this is something that I've been focusing on for a long time, in this media environment, just being able to get good information out there and flood the zone is the most important thing we can do right now, especially for folks who are abroad, who don't have the opportunity, for example, to go to a town hall or be able to get a call in to a member of Congress. If you're watching from overseas, recognize that if you still have the ability to talk to your circles of people, we do live in a global media environment right now. And so if you're able to spread good information, that's the best thing that you can do. And again, you don't need hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of followers to be able to do that. Just talking to your group of people, the people who surround you, about what's going on and spreading good information is going to be helpful. That's how info spreads. It doesn't. You don't necessarily need influencers doing it. Just having everybody be able to talk about this stuff, talking about the fact that whereas Donald Trump came into office promising to cut costs and restore our standing in the world, that in reality all he's doing is looking to cut health care for people who need it, cut food stamps for people who need it, decimate our standing in the world, undermine NATO and this post-war alliance that's, again, led to the longest period of peace and prosperity on the planet, all in deference to Vladimir Putin, because Donald Trump wants more than anything to be part of the autocrat club. And so how he ran is completely antithetical to how he's governing right now, and we're seeing that on a daily basis. And so just being able to spread some of that information and break through to folks who may not know it, who may consume right-wing media, who just aren't exposed to this kind of stuff, every little bit is going to be helpful. And so I would highly recommend for those who are watching to make sure to do your part, however small it may be, to just get good information out there. And of course, we see J.D. Vance here, who was back from his ski trip, and that was a little bit of a disaster because after lecturing Vladimir Zelensky on his choice of clothing, on his wardrobe, while the guy is contending with a war in his home country, he was obviously and rightly heckled by folks in Vermont. And I know that people are going to see that and basically say, the Democrats are whining that these Republicans don't get a free minute. The Democrats are not allowing these people to live their lives, and how dare they? Look, if your political ideology and the way that you exercise power is predicated on hurting as many people as possible, then you surrender your ability to be able to go to these places in a peaceful manner. When you are screwing over people on a daily basis, when you are hurting veterans and teachers and healthcare workers on a daily basis, then you surrender your ability to go somewhere and expect peace and solitude once you get there, once you are faced with the very people who you've screwed over. So something to remember for these Republicans who predicate their entire political ideology in hurting people and then expect peace and quiet when they go out to restaurants, when they go on family vacays to Vermont. This is a good comment. Vance smiling ear to ear while decent, hardworking people are fired left and right, no pun intended. And that's the reality of the situation right here, is that folks on the right are losing their jobs. I mean, having these federal employees, having these veterans, having folks who are searching for the cure for cancer, having folks who are working on in education, having veterans who work either at the VA or in military service are not exclusively Democratic. And we're seeing more and more of these stories that keep coming out where people who had voted for Trump are getting fired from their jobs because of what he's empowered Elon Musk to do at Doge. And they're saying, this isn't what I voted for. I voted for costs to come down and to eliminate government waste. And firing people who have exemplary work records ain't it. Firing people who are in charge of taking care of national parks and veterans ain't it. And so they're seeing right now that even the person who they voted for under the pretense that he's going to lower costs are perfectly content to throw it back in their faces and just have them lose their jobs. And so if you see stories like that for folks, elevate it. Elevate those stories, because, you know, those are the people as we move forward into this 2026 election cycle, and it feels bizarre to say that, but as we move forward into that election cycle, really the work of persuasion begins right now. And so, look, I trust me, I know that more than anything, there is a desire to want to rub it in these people's faces, but recognize now that our first, second, and third priority has to be the work of persuasion. And so if we have somebody in the Trump coalition, we don't know whether they were, whether they're a hardcore MAGA voter, or maybe they were somebody who voted for Biden in 2020 and then Trump in 2024. That means those are gettable voters. And right now, the work has to be figuring out how to build up our coalition, because the tent that we have as of right now isn't enough to win elections moving forward. And so the onus is on everybody to figure out how to best reach out to those people, to bring them in and say, look, if you're looking to protect Medicaid, if you're looking to protect food stamps, if you're looking to protect Social Security, if you are looking to protect voting rights, if you're looking to protect democracies and the global world order that has led to peace and prosperity for so many years, and not just kowtow to Russia, kowtow to North Korea, kowtow to China, then there is space for you in our coalition. That is going to be the important work that we do moving forward. I feel like this is Severance, where we just say the work is important and mysterious. So, but it's not mysterious. We know exactly what the work is and why it's so important.
And unannounced.
I'm getting a question from Discord, and I'm gonna throw the Discord link. I'm gonna pin the Discord link. I've got a Discord, so anybody who's watching right now, we are soft launching the Discord. We have about 10,000 members in the Discord. If you'd like to join, highly recommend that you go ahead and join the Discord. I'll put an invite link. I'll pin it in the chat, or if mods can pin that link in the chat, please, that would be really helpful. But one question I'm getting from Discord is that, given that Trump is denuclearizing us, can we finally call treason and remove him from office? I mean, things are bad, but this is handing Putin full-on control. And we have seen that U.S. Cyber Command is standing down on issues related to Vladimir Putin, and it is a problem. With that said, remove him from office is not going to happen, given what we've seen from this Republican Party, given the extent to which these people are falling over themselves to contract every ounce of their power, of their authority, of their autonomy over to the executive branch. And so the notion that these people, that this class of spineless bowls of jello that make up the Republican conference are going to stand up to Donald Trump or in any way, much less remove him from office, is just outside the realm of possibility. So I think that our job then is more difficult, and that is making sure that we mobilize people, because the reality is that we are not going to be able to rely on this Republican conference to save us, whether in the House or the Senate. We're not going to be able to rely on the Supreme Court to save us. We're not going to be able to rely on this DOJ that is wholly owned by Donald Trump through folks like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino to save us. And so our hope then is making sure that we rely on public pressure, that we make sure to get popular support. And we're already seeing the beginnings of that at these town halls, where folks are coming out and saying outright, I am not a Republican, but I'm worried about what's happening with these veterans. Those are the people that we need to continue highlighting. And I've done a dozen YouTube videos highlighting those town halls so far. I think that's what we have to continue showing, because once Republicans recognize that they're not getting a free pass from the voters in their districts and their states, that's when they start to change course. But until they see or feel that public pressure, nothing is going to change. So it is imminently important. It is the most important thing right now, first, second, and third priority, to make sure that if you are in a district where there are town halls, make sure to get there. If you have a Republican senator or lawmaker, pick up the phone and call their offices. All you have to do is Google the number. I'll pull it up right now. 202-224-3121. Leave a message, leave your zip code so that they know that you're in their district or their state, and let them know how you feel about Trump and your member of Congress or your senator contracting their power out to allow Trump and Elon Musk to refuse to allocate funding that was legally allocated by Congress, funding that should be going to healthcare and veterans and cancer research and national parks, funding that should be going to protecting Medicaid and food stamps. But instead, Trump is content to cut all of those things because he doesn't feel like he is accountable to any voters. And he's making sure that the Republican senators and Republican lawmakers don't feel that way either. You have the ability to prove him wrong.
Blown up event than it.
For those who are tuning in right now, we've got less than 10 minutes until this begins in earnest. As you can see, Mike Johnson and J.D. Vance have already entered the dais there, and so they'll be sitting behind Donald Trump. I don't know what the over-under is for how long this thing is going to be, but I do anticipate that unless he sticks to his script, this is going to be a freewheeling speech where Trump proves the extent to which he is solely focused on hearing the sound of his own voice. Am I going to interview Judge Susan Crawford in Wisconsin's Supreme Court race? Absolutely. I'm actually interviewing Susan Crawford on Friday. So that will be on YouTube. If you are not yet signed up, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please make sure to subscribe. Let's do some final questions if you have them before this thing begins in a couple of minutes. And I'll just go until the very last minute here.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of
So it looks like
the
we
committee
are
on the
beginning.
part
So
of
what
the
I'm going
Senate
to do
escort the President of the United States into the House chamber.
is go
Senator
full
from
screen
South
on
Dakota,
this.
Mr. Thune.
I'm sorry, full volume
Senator
on
from
this
Wyoming,
right
Mr.
here.
Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin.
Who is giving the Democratic response? That's Alyssa Slotkin. So I will continue to broadcast the entire thing. So once we have the Democratic response, stick around so that we can hear that.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
And yes, don't worry. As soon as the speech begins, we will go full screen. How I'm gonna handle this, because I am not here to give a platform to abject lies, is if I hear something that's untrue, without being too bothersome to those who are watching, I'll pop in, give a fact check of what he said, and get right back to it. This is not about hearing me, but at the same time, I'm not into just giving a platform for somebody to be able to spew lies unchecked. I think we have seen legacy media operate in a way that has been far too conducive to Trump being able to lie with impunity for too long. And so, again, I'll try to make this as inoffensive as possible in terms of my intrusions. But at the same time, I think it is important that we do focus on the truth when we have the ability to tell it.
My wife loves this gray suit. I hate it, but I wear it because she loves it. She'll see me on TV. I'm a blazer, man.
And we're about 5-10 minutes away from the president entering the chamber and beginning his speech. Jasmine Wright, Jason Dick, we've been watching this, chatting amongst ourselves. Is there anything that we can share
So I'm getting the question, what's stopping Trump from fixing the midterms? Who keeps an eye on this? Importantly, elections are run not by the federal government, but by the states. And so each state is responsible for administering their own elections. So that is the good news. And I think that makes a lot of sense because otherwise the party in power would have a vested interest if they are corrupt enough, which we are seeing, they're corrupt enough in preventing any opposing party from being able to win the win their state's election. So that's the good news about the midterms. And look, we've got smart folks who are imminently focused on this stuff. I mean, I host a voting rights series with Mark Elias. Disabuse yourself of the notion that he and lawyers and legislators and members of Congress and senators are not focused on all of this stuff right now. So we have a whole lot of people who are very in tune and on top of the fact that Republicans will use every tool at their disposal to try and prevent free and fair elections from taking place, but that in the states we do have a lot of bulwarks to be able to prevent against this kind of corruption and abuse. So, look, if anything pops up, I can assure you that I will know about it, that I will cover it, and that we will do everything at our disposal to be able to stop it and shine a spotlight on it. I think Republicans rely on being able to do this stuff kind of under the cloak of darkness, and that gives them the cover that they need. That is the last thing that I intend to allow them to do. So for those who are watching right now, if you want to support my efforts and what I do, the best way to do that is to subscribe to this channel on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you get your news. That is the best way to support what I do and those efforts.
We did see
Anthony Kennedy, too.
retired Justice Anthony Kennedy.
All right, and we seem to be just a minute or two away from this speech beginning in earnest here. Trump has not yet entered the chamber. To those who are tuning in, thank you. Thanks for supporting independent media. I know that there's a lot of different places that you can that you'd be able to watch, that you'd be able to get your coverage for the joint address, and I really appreciate you supporting independent media. I explained a little earlier today that the reason that I'm in a suit again and broadcasting from the Capitol is that we organized a group of 50 content creators to come to the Capitol to speak to elected officials in the Democratic Party, senators, members of Congress, and to build relationships between these folks. A lot of people have been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks now, we should figure out how to do what they're doing on the right. We should figure out how to build up our independent media space. That's exactly what we're doing right now. A lot of you have heard me talk about Chorus. That is what Chorus is. So we got a group of 50 content creators here. We're building the relationships between these elected officials who recognize the importance of not just heaping all of their validation and time and energy and resources onto legacy media and sitting down for interviews on MSNBC and CNN, but instead are actually focusing on content creators who are reaching a broader swath of people, and the people that they're reaching, frankly, are a lot more persuadable, a lot more independent than the folks who you're going to get by just going on MSNBC one more time after your third, fourth, fifth hit that week. And so this is what I've been focused on since the day the election ended, started getting on the phone and figuring out how we can try to achieve parity with what the right has done, because they have a huge independent media space. And so it's so important that we build up what we have on the left, and we're here doing the thing and getting all of these independent media folks, all of these content creators, all of these influencers in front of our elected officials so that we can get the message out to as many people as humanly possible about the reality of this administration, what the consequences of his actions are, what the price of everyday goods is going to be, what it means if the U.S. abandons democracy, abandons NATO, and starts aligning itself with the Putins and Xi's and Kim Jong-uns of the world. And so we're trying to walk the walk right now instead of just talking the talk. So glad to be here. If you see other content creators who you follow doing content with elected officials, engage with it. Give them some positive reinforcement and feedback and let them know that this is what we should be doing, embracing independent media, embracing digital media, and really trying to fight back against the onslaught that we're contending with from the right. All right, for those who are just joining in, we are moments away now. Moments away from all of this, from this speech beginning in earnest. Trump has not yet entered the chamber, but you can see every member of Congress, every senator is in there right now. All of the Democrats, or a good number of the Democrats, have chosen to bring as their guests impacted federal workers who've been fired as the result of Trump's and Elon's efforts to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And these are people who were working to mitigate the impacts of wildfires in California. These are people who clean up our national parks. These are people who are researching cancer, cures for cancer. These are people who are working in education. These are people who are overseeing the distribution of healthcare funds. These are people who've worked in the Social Security Administration. These are people who are veterans, who work at the VA. And so a lot of these people who Elon casts off as government bloat are regular, hardworking Americans who, by the way, are taking these jobs at salaries that are far less than they would make in the private sector. So I get that it's the popular thing in the Republican Party to do by claiming that these people don't deserve their paychecks, but in large part, they are working in these positions and choosing not to take more money if they just worked in the private sector versus working and serving the American people more broadly. One more note, for folks who are watching right now on this stream, if you want to join the Discord, I have pinned the link, and mods have pinned the link in the chat. So if you'd like to join the Discord, we've got a great community of more than 10,000 people right now. So jump in. We're launching AMAs, Ask Me Anythings, on Fridays, and it's a great way to really connect and build up this community at a time when we really need it most. So please, if you're not yet a member of the Discord, go ahead and click the invite link, and you can become a member. Kind of in this soft launch period while we have our first 10,000 here. It looks like Pete Hegseth is walking in, fresh off his time renaming military bases for Confederate officials and doing the real hard work of overseeing our military. Melania Trump has entered the chamber, and it looks like we are just probably moments away from this speech beginning. I guess the over-under when it comes to Trump being able to speak is somewhere around 3.5 hours. So the real prize will be who sticks with us until the bitter end of this thing. Marco Rubio, who has proven to be Donald Trump's bowl of jello, willing to bend as easily as the wind blows with whatever Trump wants. This is somebody who was overtly pro-democracy, pro-Ukraine, pro-NATO, who is now perfectly content to just attack Zelensky because Trump got the signal from his handler in the Kremlin, and now everybody has to turn on a dime. And Marco Rubio is proving himself just as pliable as Trump had hoped. For those people who are saying I'm not watching this for 3.5 hours, I can promise you that this will not go on for 3.5 hours. I'm 98% sure that this will not go on for 3.5 hours. If I had to guess, I would probably say somewhere in the ballpark of 45 minutes to an hour and 15. That's what my guess would be. But, you know, that and $10 will get you a foot long at Subway, so I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat what you think the word most repeated in this speech is going to be. I did ask Senator Schiff, Adam Schiff, what he thought the word that we're going to... I asked him, if we were to do a drinking game for the word that Donald Trump is going to be repeating most, and you wanted to get as drunk as humanly possible, what word would you bet on? I'll tell you after you all give your answers in the chat, but I'm curious to see what people think. I'm getting great. A lot of people said great. Best, great. Oh, man, we live in hell. World War III, huge. Huge. Nobody has ever seen. That's a good one. Bigly, I'm getting a lot too. Deal. And winning. Yeah. So the one Adam Schiff said was great. Billions and billions. Believe me. That's another good one. Yeah. It's a sad commentary on the world we live in right now. Very, because the man doesn't know enough adjectives. Well, alas. For those just tuning in, we are moments away now. The cabinet just came in, Melania Trump just came in, and so what we should expect next is Trump himself to come in and to begin this speech. Again, this is the presidential address to a joint session of Congress. The likes of which we've never seen. Wet from the standpoint of water. Here's another one that a lot of people are saying is Biden, and that's because there are certainly issues right now, but as we all know, Trump isn't going to take responsibility for any of them, and so he'll be perfectly content to cast all the blame for issues that he is presiding over right now onto his predecessor, because he only knows how to take credit for victories and diffuse responsibility for everything else. I'm hearing from folks that the Discord link, the Discord link it looks to be working perfectly. So if you're not yet a member of the Discord, that is pinned in the top of the chat. Go ahead and click that link and jump into the Discord. We've built a great community of folks, and we're doing AMAs, we're doing voice chats. There's a lot of different channels to talk on politics or non-politics. So go ahead and jump into the Discord. There's an invite link there that should work for everybody. And again, for those who are just tuning in, we are moments away. It was supposed to start at 9, but probably just running a few minutes late because Trump wants to get as many eyeballs on him as possible. So that's where we are right now. In the meantime, while we wait, if you want to throw some last questions into the chat, we can talk about those. Do I think he's crazy enough to announce leaving NATO tonight? Actually, it would be against the law to unilaterally depart from NATO. It would require an act of Congress. So Trump can announce whatever he wants, and God knows he will try. But the reality is that that he doesn't have the ability to unilaterally exit the U.S. from NATO.
The United States.
All right, so as you can see, Trump is now entering the chamber. I'm going to go full volume on what's happening right here. As I mentioned before, if he tells a lie, I'm perfectly content to come in and fact check. I am not in the business of allowing somebody to just spread lies with impunity, so perfectly content to jump in. I will do it as inobtrusively as possible, so don't worry about that. I'll make sure that you can hear the speech for yourself, but if there's something that's worth fact checking, I'll do it. One more note, if you're not yet subscribed or following, please support me on my channels. We've seen the extent to which this administration is willing to go after its opponents, and so being able to help, being able to allow me to reach folks wherever I'm reaching you, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, or if you follow on Twitter, Blue Sky, wherever it is, TikTok, Instagram, if you're able to support me just by following, that will make sure that I have enough of a voice to be able to reach out to folks and let them know what's going on as we recognize more and more how important independent media is. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe, and I appreciate the support.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Weird, I thought that was Elon.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Stock market is in correction territory right now as the result of his policies, but
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it.
So we have a lot of platitudes in store tonight.
The election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Our first heckle of the evening.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525.
So
on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green,
You
take
know
your
that this
seat.
is making Trump
Take
so
your seat,
salty.
sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
People elected him under the pretense that he would lower prices. Prices are going up. Worth remembering.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation.
Oh my God.
By many.
The stock market is tanking, in correction territory right now. The cost of eggs is double what it was when it was apparently disqualifying.
What makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Yes, inflation was down, but the cost of everything else was up because Trump decided to engage in a trade war. I haven't even seen eggs in my supermarket.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what.
But he didn't, because in fact, he cut funding to people who are finding the cures to diseases.
And it just shouldn't be this way.
And far from locking up all the criminals, he let 1,600 insurrectionists go onto the streets where they would then commit more crimes like domestic violence and sexual assault. So what he's saying doesn't actually comport with reality. That's why Democrats don't applaud for him.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Yeah, his budget instructs his own party to cut Medicaid and food stamps. I don't think these people, for the good of America, are going to stand up and clap for him.
Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also
Absolute
withdrew
circus.
from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
Just listen, I withdrew from the Human Rights Council.
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
The irony of this guy, who is on the golf course more than the Oval Office, telling people that they have to show up for work.
And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Trump's U.S. attorney is sending letters of inquiry to Democratic members of Congress and senators who are critical of Trump.
English, the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
I'm sure there were tens of people asking for that. Tens and tens.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
That's right. We won't have woke stuff like Medicaid and food stamps and...
I believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit, and the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours.
So this is the State of the Union. Donald Trump is relitigating what's happened in NCAA sports, as far as I know. There are 10 trans athletes in the NCAA. We are talking about 10 people right now, while 70 some odd million Americans are going to be impacted by Medicaid, and 42 million Americans are going to be impacted by the rescission of food stamps. Goes to show where their priorities are. 10 athletes in the NCAA, over 100 million who are going to be impacted by his moves on Medicaid and food stamps.
Sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Trump is right now railing against inflation while his own policies send the sky market tumbling, food costs surging, lumber costs surging, every cost that Americans contend with on a daily basis going up, but not just because of the global phenomenon of inflation, but rather
the egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
What a joke. Egg prices have doubled since Trump took office. I don't know if Trump doesn't remember who the president is right now, but he is responsible for what happens.
The fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency.
What do you think is going to happen to energy prices with this trade war with Canada?
Than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created
and giving them all back to Starlink, SpaceX, and Tesla.
Efficiency. Doge.
Speak of the devil.
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that.
Yeah, I can
just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
And yet, you know what contracts have gotten bigger? SpaceX, Starlink, and Tesla. In fact, one of Elon's companies is even going to take over for a Verizon contract for $2 billion. But I guess Trump's not going to bring that up.
And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people.
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to find all of those Social Security recipients who are 350 years old.
Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years.
Worth it to note that there is not a single piece of data showing that we are paying these people who are listed as being 150, 160, 200, that any of them are receiving Social Security benefits. It's just numbers of people that are listed in the database, but not anybody who's receiving any money. This is not a money-saving operation. This is just a talking point.
Grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
They're not going to balance the federal budget. They're passing a tax cut worth $4.5 trillion. With a slight offset by cutting things like Medicaid and food stamps, but they're still going to add to the debt. The notion that these people are going to balance the budget is a joke, a mathematical impossibility.
We have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there, they're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term.
The economy contracted in Trump's first term. He lost 3 million jobs, and the unemployment rate almost doubled.
You will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them.
Only small problem. The people who pay those tariffs are not the foreign countries. They are American citizens.
To keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous
The same brand of fear porn that got him through the campaign, he's just leaning on it now. This is just the politics of fear through and through.
Nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them. Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me.
Weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents. Trump had his U.S. attorney send letters to Chuck Schumer and other Democrats seeking to investigate them. They're talking about throwing AOC into jail over what she said online. Give me a break on weaponization of government.
Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi.
Every accusation is a confession. These people are engaged in abject government weaponization, prosecutorial misconduct, and they think that they're actually going to convince the American people that they're somehow doing the opposite of that. An abject joke. The guy who they're cheering for right now literally has an enemies list full of Democrats.
They do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
The irony of him pandering to the police officers when he's released 1,600 insurrectionists, many of whom beat, bludgeoned, and tried to attack police officers on January 6th.
For a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their job.
You know who were repeat offenders? Numerous people within the January 6th insurrectionists who went back to prison for things like sexual assault and domestic violence. The people who he pardoned.
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%.
And so you would think it would be a priority for Trump not to cut cancer research, and yet here we are.
Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
Yeah, they've got Pete Hegseth renaming military bases after Confederate soldiers. basically just busy work for a Fox News host.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
This is your non-military interventionist president. This is the guy who's tired of American wars that's now trying to invade Panama to take over a canal that doesn't belong to us.
Around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Look at all these clowns standing up for they can't even standing up for the prospect of taking sovereign territory away from a sovereign country.
Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes.
See that face? That's what it looks like when your soul has been sucked out of your body.
Actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes, and I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
Now do Andrew Tate, the guy who you got extradited back to the U.S. despite his charges of rape and human trafficking. Or does that not count because he's a Trump fan and a Republican?
Thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. "2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent, by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, "Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians," he said. "My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you." I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Just a note for those watching, we are going to have members of Congress and senators coming back to speak with me about their reaction to the speech once it's all finished, so stick around.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you. Thank you. Get this place going, all right? Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Again, we have a couple of events coming up right now. We have members of Congress and senators who are going to come and stop by to speak with me about this speech and their reaction to it. And of course, we also have the Democratic response from Melissa Slotkin. So stick around. And we will have that coming up momentarily.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget.
So good. Yeah, it's good. So good, sir.
Thank you.
Terrific, Mr. Really good. Really outstanding. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. President. Thanks. Great. Great. Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night, too.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you very much. I'll do it. Just give me the information.
I'm not going to get it. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Great speech.
Great speech.
So obviously a raft of lies and missteps here in this speech. For example, he even did concede for a moment that there was a little disturbance. This was on the economic impact of his tariffs. And the irony of him saying, oh, there's going to be a little disturbance when it comes to these tariffs is that everybody knew what was going to happen as the result of these tariffs getting handed down. There are no winners in a trade war. When Donald Trump imposes tariffs on foreign countries, it is not the foreign countries who pay, it is the company of the importing country. That is American companies. And they're not just going to eat those costs. They're going to pass those costs on to the consumers. The consumers are us. We have been saying this for months and months and months, and still he has not relented on this idea of tariffs to the point where today and yesterday combined, the Dow lost 1,300 points in the market. That is the direct response to these tariffs. Another point that's worth bringing up is that Trump actually went so far as to blame Joe Biden for the cost of eggs. Again, Trump took office in January. Joe Biden hasn't been president since then, since January 19th. And yet, right now, we're seeing that Donald Trump, far from being able to take accountability for his own actions, for his own economy, for his own decisions, is continuing to blame other people for his own actions here. Okay, so we do have a guest right here.
Hi, Brian.
Let's go.
Can't spend too much time. Okay.
All right, we now have. Drew, can you move the camera this way, please?
No, this is live.
Other way?
Live or?
We're live right now.
Great.
We've got about 40,000 people watching on YouTube. Come a little bit closer to me. Okay. So, can I have your reaction to the raft of what you heard from Donald Trump's speech tonight, including him talking about egg prices, for example, which we've seen skyrocket, being the result of still not him, despite coming into office in January, but rather his predecessor, Joe Biden?
You know, in a couple of minutes, people will be able to see Alyssa Slotkin give a rebuttal. You will find more truth in 5 minutes of her rebuttal than you will find in the whole 2 hours of Donald Trump's speech. It was filled with lies, mistruths, exaggerations, huge ego, but nothing to back up that ego. You know, was the greatest administration ever. Appalling. And, you know, the biggest problem Americans face, the fact that their costs are going up, he said virtually nothing other than tariffs, which we know are going to make costs getting even higher. So he didn't address, he spent more time attacking Biden and bragging than doing anything for the American people. It was an appalling speech. I have rarely heard a speech where there is so little substance on how to really help people and such false rhetoric. It was just, I don't think it's going to win people over at all.
What do you make of the fact that at one point Donald Trump actually used a young person, a child, as a prop to be able to get some applause in the audience? This is somebody who, unfortunately, is dealing with cancer, and yet at the same time, we've seen the early actions of Elon Musk and Donald Trump focus on cutting cancer research for kids.
Brian, I brought a 12-year-old beautiful girl as my guest. She was in the gallery listening to that, and her name was Emma. And she had a childhood disease that would have killed her. It was a rare childhood disease. Thousands of young babies get it, and they usually pass away after 2 years. But she's alive. She's here 12 years. She's 12 years old. She's in a wheelchair, but she's in school. She is functioning well because NIH developed a medicine at Cold Spring Harbor Lab. You know, that's the point here. There is nothing helping people. There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of breastfeeding. There's a lot of lies, but nothing that helps people. He's hurting people. Some of the very people who he talked about in the gallery, if you looked at what he's doing, are going to be hurt by what he does.
There was a point at which Trump said that this is the era where there are no longer unelected bureaucrats in charge.
And everyone shouted. A four-letter word came to mind. Musk.
A four-letter word came to mind because you have Elon Musk in the gallery there, who's basically has unilateral control of the government right now.
It's the total hypocrisy of Donald Trump. It just is never what he talks about and what happens are usually the total opposite. Total opposite. And that's why I think as president, he's going to fail. You cannot run a presidency when you're so hypocritical, when you're so not caring about real people's needs, and when you basically try to, just tell lie after lie after lie, mistruth after mistruth after mistruth. It catches up with you. It's going to catch up with him, in my judgment, sooner than he thinks and sooner than many people think.
And so we're in a moment right now where obviously Democrats are in the minority in the House, the Senate, White House, and of course the Supreme Court. And so what are Democrats able to do at this moment in time to actually exercise some control, some autonomy, some power?
Well, first of all, our messaging is having a real effect. And the fact that so many his numbers are going down from like 51 to 47. People now believe that he's responsible for higher costs. People now believe when they say, is he doing a good job in the economy, it's low. And we've stuck to one theme on our messaging, which is he's hurting American families for tax cuts for the billionaires. Of course, he didn't, he skirted that. So that's happening. On our legal front, we're having a lot of success. We've filed over 100 lawsuits. In the ones that have been decided, some temporarily, some permanently, we've won 87%, and they're beginning to stop them there. We're having oversight, and we're going to have legislation. They have this reconciliation bill come up. They're going to have a lot of trouble with it. It's like a budget bill. And if we get just a handful of Republican votes in the House and Senate, we can perhaps, if we get those votes, force them to back off their cuts to Medicaid, back off so many of the other things they're doing. Even if we don't get the votes, once Donald Trump's numbers become 40, 38, 39, you're going to find Republicans, instead of embracing him, sometimes out of fear, they're going to run away from him.
Well, Leader Schumer, I appreciate you taking the time tonight. Thank you so much.
Great to see you, Brian. Thank you.
And we'd like to welcome another senator who's just come in. This is the senator from my original home state of New Jersey. We have Senator Andy Kim. Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So what do you make of the fact that right now, most recently, in the aftermath of all of these town halls across the country, in the aftermath of all of these town halls across the country, we're now seeing the NRCC advise Republicans not to even go back to their districts because of the bad press they're getting when they have to be held accountable for their own actions.
Yeah, well, when the people you represent become inconvenient to you, you know that you're on the wrong side of history here. I mean, the fact that we just had a president not even mention the word Medicaid once because, he wants it to disappear. He doesn't want that to be able to be something that people have to worry about, creating a total fiction. And I think that when you're in the business of disinformation, it's not good to have people actually confront you with the truth.
What was your reaction to the speech tonight? This was almost a 2-hour speech in there that ranged from everything from him trying to evade accountability for his own actions with regard to this economy to beating his chest over his actions in the international community where America is largely isolated now.
You know what struck me the most was just how much he bragged about raising prices on the American people. I mean, just how much he was just going on and on about the tariffs. I mean, it just, when Americans know that that's going to be hurting them, over 60% of Americans know that the tariffs are going to raise costs for them. And for him to just stand there and just continue to just spew that disinformation while, the stock markets are tanking. I mean, this is just, something that, again, just shows how, I guess the word that I would use is how cruel so much of the policies are that this administration has been pushing. And it was just, it was just very sad. I used to be a kid that loved staying up and watching the State of the Union. I would watch it as a kid and just wonder what it's like to be in the room, to actually be in there and see a president, basically, talk about surrendering to Russia, bragging about raising prices on American families. It just was so painful to see where we're at.
There was a moment where Democrats largely started to depart from the chamber en masse. Was that the result of exhaustion, or was there a specific moment that really started to push people out of the room?
Well, I think there were a couple of those moments.
See all of the above.
Yeah. I mean, look, when he's going on and on, about, how tough he is on crime, but, people were yelling out, January 6th, and we're in the chamber where, so many of the members were, on lockdown. Just seeing, people drawing guns, trying to wonder whether we had to defend ourselves in the U.S. Capitol. It just, those are the types of things that are very emotional for the members of Congress here. So I know that those were, that was certainly something that really affected a lot of my colleagues, and I could really sense it in the room.
Is there, and this is something I spoke with Senator Schumer about as well, but is there something that Democrats are looking to do to exercise what power we do have? And I mean, I say that knowing that it's, that with the caveat that Democrats don't have the majorities in the House, the Senate, the White House, or even with the Supreme Court, but in terms of what we can do right now that would be most effective for a lot of folks who are watching who do feel helpless in this political environment, and yet watching this stuff play out, that largely does leave people feeling kind of disillusioned with the political environment.
Yeah, no, I feel that too. I'd look back on it, with the first Trump administration in 2017, his first year, I was just a regular citizen, never thought that I'd ever run for office. And I remember the efforts that they did to try to gut the Affordable Care Act. You remember that? I mean, it was just so potent. And, that led me to do things I never did before in terms of getting engaged in politics and speaking out, showing up at town halls for Republicans. And, I was from a district Trump won. I ended up running for Congress. But if we remember that, I hope it gives people a sense of what is possible here. People were showing up at the town halls, making the phone calls, putting pressures in particular on the Republicans that were from tough districts, competitive districts. And look what happened. I mean, we were able to convince, Senator McCain and others to vote against it, and we stopped their effort to gut the Affordable Care Act. And that was when they had a larger margin than they did now. This is something where now we need to be able to use that same playbook and be able to save Medicaid this time, be able to save health care for, 2 million people in New Jersey, over 70 million across this country. We've done it before. We can do it again. And we also, look, I was just, back home in New Jersey. We have a governor's race coming up. I was helping mobilize, draw attention to the governor's race. We need to make sure we are winning these races in Virginia and New Jersey this year, setting the tone, building out the candidates for 20. In Wisconsin, that's the plan. That's how we got to get a gavel back and be able to push. In the meantime, we do everything we humanly can to be able to save Medicaid, to be able to save, my guest tonight, his name was Kevin Nunes. He suffers from cerebral palsy, and he needs Medicaid to stay alive. Like, it's a life or death situation for him. And that's what we need to make sure we're reminding ourselves about.
Let's finish off with this. So you got involved in politics or in office during this whole era. Are you seeing parallels between what happened in 2017, where Republicans went after the Affordable Care Act? And again, luckily we had somebody like John McCain, but it's unlikely that we could see somebody in this Republican conference where they've contracted so much autonomy, so much power out to Donald Trump. Unlikely that we'll see somebody stand up very much in the way that John McCain did. And so are you seeing parallels or at least ingredients of the same uprising that ultimately led Republicans to lose the House by the biggest margin in modern American history back in 2017 when they again went after Americans' health care?
I'm starting to see it and feel it right now. When I go back to New Jersey and see just the level of anger and rage that is rising up right now. It started with the funding freeze, and it's continuing on.
New Jersey was important because one of the authors of the repeal and replace bill was actually a lawmaker, a Republican from New Jersey, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, that was the person I took on board. So, it was my congressman that came up with the idea of gutting pre-existing condition protections. And this was in a district that Trump won. My congressman won his previous election by 20 points in 2016. He's only won by 20 points, a wealthy multimillionaire. Who would have thought that I'd do a 21-point flip, win that Trump district, and help flip the House of Representatives. And that was for me, as I was only 34 years old when I started running for Congress. Never ran for office before, but we mobilized all this energy. We need that again. And I know it's hard and we're tired and it's challenging, but I've often said this line that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. If we give up, feel helpless, this is not a moment for that. And I hope we find and know our power. And in particular right now, I feel it about both the tariffs as well as this effort to fight to protect Medicaid. Those things are starting to break through. People in America know that tariffs have raised prices on them. And, they know that Trump is not focused on that, and they're getting angrier about it. And then when we get to this point where we see the cuts on Medicaid, devastating cuts on the most vulnerable Americans. And to what end? To be able to give people like Elon Musk and billionaires the biggest tax break that they've ever received. These are people building, rocket ships out of space. They're so rich they have their own space program. Right. They don't need the money. We need to be able to protect people in our country. So I think that is really where it's bubbling up and boiling, and we need to make sure that we bring that up for an eruption.
Perfectly put, and like we were saying, these are basically the ingredients that will ultimately form the revolution we need to hold these Republicans to account as they continue stripping away programs that are really lifelines for the vast majority of Americans. I mean, Medicaid is something that impacts over 70 million Americans. SNAP benefits, food stamps, impacts over 40 million Americans. And so this is really the perfect instance of Republicans, Donald Trump, taking from the poor to give to the rich. And we're seeing that on a daily basis. Senator Kim, thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. I believe we may have the Democratic response. Let me just check for a quick moment and see if we have that. Yes, okay, we do. So let's see if we can. And what I'm going to do
or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard, you play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share three core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later, no CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
And that was Alyssa Slotkin, about 11 minutes from Wyandotte.
By this liar, by someone who lies, who cheats, and who has been stealing from the American people. And quite frankly, I could not tolerate someone coming into my house and then telling me falsehoods and trying to gaslight me for 2+ hours. So I decided to walk out, and gratefully I had some friends with me, and we decided to be on this journey together.
Yeah. Well, I will add a couple of things. First of all, Donald Trump, we came to your town hall tonight, and it sucked. And we decided to leave. And like thousands of Americans who are showing up to town halls in every single district in America, we showed up, we listened to what you had to say, we didn't like it, we left. But also, I think that history is a good lesson here. 50 years ago in 1975, a new class of Democratic lawmakers walked out of the House chamber during the State of the Union to protest the corruption of the Nixon administration and Watergate. And it's also, I think, noteworthy that this is the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Walk from Selma to Montgomery. And, as I was thinking about the civil disobedience we were doing on the floor tonight, I think of the great John Lewis, who literally did a sit-in on the House floor in protest of the failure of the Republicans to act on saving our kids' lives. And so we stand on the shoulders of great lawmakers and history makers who came before us and saying, this is not normal. We're representing the people of this country, and we're not going to normalize this behavior, and we're going to continue to fight back and speak up.
I think the other thing that's so interesting is that the majority of the folks who walked out in the beginning were all women, with Maxwell Frost.
Yes.
Yep.
Exactly.
My audio was muted when I introduced. So we have Representatives Cam Lager-Dove and Stansberry. So just for folks who are just tuning in right now, that's who we're speaking with, both of whom walked out during Trump's presidential speech. There was a moment where Trump railed against the prospect of the elimination of unelected bureaucrats. What was that moment like, knowing full well that hovering above everybody, almost in like a metaphorical sense, was Elon Musk, who's of course been deputized to basically unilaterally be able to run this government on Trump's behalf?
Well, you have a man who was unelected but selected by this president to be president, to go and raid our coffers, to take our data, to give himself contracts. Meanwhile, they are eliminating workers and contracts that were rightfully owned by so many of the American people who have contracts with this government. It kills me when we go into hearings and we have heard these Republicans time after time say, unelected bureaucrats, I'm sick of these unelected bureaucrats. But you know what? They don't use that phrase right now because they know that Elon Musk, who bought and paid for this president, who now owes him, and Elon was very quick to say, give me my money back. Okay, by letting me raid all of these coffers and take your data and put you in harm's way and compromise your national security, all of that. It is so interesting that they are quiet when it comes to that, just like they're quiet when it comes to censorship, just like they're quiet when it comes to the First Amendment, just like they're quiet when it comes to judicial independence, just like they're quiet when it comes to yielding the congressional power to Donald Trump, just like they are quiet on every single thing that is so important to democracy.
Can you speak a little bit about, we heard about how Trump is going to end the weaponization of government, and yet we're seeing right now how basically these U.S. attorneys are in place, including the one right here in D.C., Ed Martin, to basically go after Democrats for the crime of being critics of Donald Trump. And so there is this abject hypocrisy. How do you fight back against an administration and a party for whom hypocrisy, shame, and reality don't seem to constrain anything they do or say? I mean, that really is the big problem of our time right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing that is so fascinating about Donald Trump is that he tells us every day, every moment, every minute who he is and what he's going to do, and we don't believe him. Like, the American people, it's like he literally will say, I will go stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and I can kill somebody and nobody cares. He can stand in the halls of Congress in front of the American people and talk about unelected bureaucrats while his billionaire buddy is sitting in the gallery hovering over us. Now, I want to make two quick points about Elon Musk because I have a lot to say about this guy. Number one, this guy is no genius, okay? I don't know where this mystique he created through
Companies are making any money.
Not only that, literally none of the receipts he's put online add up. It's off by tens of billions of dollars, you guys. This is nuts. Now, secondly, like, the Republicans are really pissed off at Elon Musk. They won't say it publicly because they're afraid of Donald Trump. And let me give you 2 data points. You guys probably saw that really weird cabinet meeting that happened right inside of the cabinet, and
giving a lot of North Korea.
There was so many things that were weird about it, but I used to be a civil servant. I used to work at OMB, and I actually was a budget analyst. I was somebody who actually looked at waste, fraud, and abuse and how to restructure the government. And I have sat in the Roosevelt Room. I have sat in the Oval Office. I know what happens inside those rooms, and to have a guy in his MAGA hat and his T-shirt talking to a bunch of Senate-confirmed cabinet secretaries and giving them lectures on government efficiency. When Donald Trump asked if any of them had a problem with what Elon Musk was doing, you saw the looks around the room. Well, you guys, the reason why he held that meeting is because they're all pissed at him because he went and did the firing of all those tens of thousands of probationary staff without even telling some of those cabinet secretaries. So these cabinet secretaries don't even know how many of their own staff have been fired. So there's one data point. Second data point. The Republicans are so pissed right now at Elon Musk. He's coming here to the Capitol tomorrow to answer to them. They're actually having a special caucus meeting tomorrow night because they know that all across America, y'all are showing up to those town halls and telling your representatives that what he's doing is horrible. And so Republicans are actually quite freaked out about it. So don't let up. Keep letting your representatives know because they know exactly what's going on, even if they're not admitting it publicly.
And to that point, we have seen that the NRCC has given that guidance for Republicans not to do these town halls anymore. And so building on what you were saying, I mean, Elon doesn't care about cutting Medicaid because A, he doesn't need Medicaid, and B, he's not running for election for anything. He's just been installed there by Donald Trump. So he doesn't care if he's cutting $880 billion in Medicaid. He doesn't care if he's cutting $230 billion from food stamps because his priority right now is trying to free up some money, which of course will be offset by the fact that he will get a tax cut and also he will get fed fat contracts by the government. Contracts that were in large part already allocated to other countries, but now that he's in office, he gets to derive the biggest benefit from this. And so
and shutting down departments that were investigating him.
Correct.
Yes, for conflict of interest, for, shady dealings. So that's the other thing. Now he has unfettered access to our money and to contracts and no inspector generals to say, hey, is this a contract that's going to do right by the American people and the taxpayers? Yeah.
One might think that if you were actually interested in rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, you would keep in place the only people in each department whose sole focus is preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. But alas. To that point then, look, we're in a moment where a lot of folks are feeling a sense of despair and helplessness, given the fact that we are seeing this stuff play out, as bad as it is. And look, there's a difference between being able to call out what we're seeing and being able to actually do something about it. And the fact that we don't have the ability to do the latter to a large extent kind of leaves people feeling disillusioned with the whole process. And so And so to that point, what would you say to these folks who are watching right now, who want to feel some sense of empowerment in terms of what they can do, what we all can do moving forward?
Well, I'll kick us off here. I'm breaking it down into 3 buckets. Here are 3 buckets of things that you can do in the next couple of days. One is push back and make sure that your voices are heard to the institutions where power are. If you live in a Republican district, show up to their office, call their office, show up to a town hall. Do all the things to make your voice heard. If you don't, call your family and friends who do. Help them understand what's going on. If you have Republican friends and family, ask them to call their representatives. If they're donors, call the Trump administration, because these cabinet secretaries and these other officials are also upset with what Elon Musk are doing. And so we need Republicans to speak up, even if they're not doing it publicly, because we still have to stop the bad stuff, even as we're fighting the administration overall. We are also in the courts. Now, Congress does not have standing to actually bring these lawsuits, and most of the laws that they're breaking are federal laws. DOJ is who prosecutes federal law. Donald Trump controls the DOJ. He has weaponized the DOJ. So we can't go and arrest these folks for many of the laws that they're violating or hold them accountable through the normal channels. So states and nonprofits and others who have standing in the courts are bringing those cases. Get involved with those cases. And if you're harmed, you can go to Democracy Forward, which is the organization doing a lot of the litigation. Let your state and local officials know that you want them to take action to protect your communities. In New Mexico, we're in the middle of our state legislature right now, and our state is actually setting aside money because of these Medicaid cuts and also trying to pass legislation to protect our vulnerable communities who will be impacted by everything that's going on. Second bucket, collective action. If your heart is marching in the streets and feeling solidarity, do that. If your heart is protesting in front of a Republican member of Congress's office, do that. Whatever it is that helps to mobilize and feel solidarity, this is still our country. This is still our democracy. This is still a place where free speech matters. So get out and make your voice heard because it does matter. And the third bucket is what I call everyday acts of resistance. Everybody is a leader in their community. If you're a teacher, do the things that you can for your students. If you are a federal worker, protect the other workers that are in your office. If you have a member of your family or friends who is trans, reach out and help support them because they're seeing attacks like we've never seen before. If you have friends and associates who are undocumented, people are literally living in fear right now. Think about all the ways that you can help do everyday acts of resistance. And whether that's holding up a sign, walking out of a meeting, whatever it is, find those spaces and do them because that's how we exercise our democracy.
Yes. I would add it's also important to tell and share the truth. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and when you are sort of overwhelmed with mis and disinformation, you check out. But now is the time to tell the truth, to share the truth, because folks don't really care if you're a Republican or a Democrat if all the eggs cost $30. Right. Yeah. Folks don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat if the community clinics and the hospitals are getting shut down and they don't have any place to go when they're trying to have a baby or when their grandmother has had a heart attack. And then the next thing to do is channel and find community, because the only way that we can resist against this and move into 2026 is through community, linking arms with one another. And hey, we don't have to kumbaya on all the issues, but the main thing has to be the main thing. And the main thing right now is democracy. The main thing right now is the separation of powers, judicial, executive, and legislative. We can have all the other conversations later when that has been worked out. But we have to identify who we're in the foxhole with, and we have to have their back, and we have to keep arming them with the truth so that everyone else starts saying, hey, this isn't cool. This isn't right. How come he gets to do all of this? How come he has immunity and I don't? That's not what democracy is supposed to look like. And, you know, the energy in the house, on the House floor tonight was strong. Mm-hmm. Folks were irritated. They knew he was going to be lying. They were not interested in being there. They were insulted by the Republicans who kept jumping up like little tired lapdogs. And the energy on the Democratic side, you could feel it pulsing. Mm-hmm. And we have to harness that and then share that with our constituents so that they know that we are as pissed off as they are. Yes.
Perfectly put. Representatives Kamlager Dove and Representative Stansbury, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Stay in the fight.
Okay, and I believe we may have one more lawmaker en route tonight. Okay, we have one more lawmaker coming tonight. Drew. We were really close. Okay. Again, going back to a little bit of what we were talking about before. A little bit of what we were talking about before, just to touch on other points. There was that point, as I'd mentioned, where Trump came out and basically tried to attack the prospect of unelected bureaucrats, the era of unelected bureaucrats being over, which didn't land to the point where even Dave Portnoy came onto Twitter and said, gotta admit this one didn't quite land since Elon is basically co-president. And so you have Donald Trump coming out and being either so deluded or shameless that he's not willing to say that he's willing to attack Democrats for the exact same thing that he himself is responsible for. And then, of course, there was that one moment where there was a young boy named DJ who he brought in. This is actually what would have been a sweet moment where he made him a member of the Secret Service, young kid. He's dealing with cancer right now. But the biggest irony of that is that we're at a moment right now where one of the first actions that Elon Musk took was scuttling a funding bill. So scuttling a funding bill because he wanted to make it a little bit smoother for China and those who have business interests in China, and in doing so, eliminated cancer funding research from that bill. So it would be one thing for Trump to have used this opportunity for a sweet moment to shine a spotlight on a young kid that's dealing with cancer if it wasn't undermined by the fact that he himself is responsible for not only passing a spending bill in the beginning of his presidency that would eliminate cancer research funding, but also empowering Elon Musk to cut NIH, for example, which again is charged with making sure to allocate funding toward cancer research. And so the props are all well and good, but in effect, what he's doing is really just undermining the mission that he himself is pretending to have. And finally, we have one more guest this evening. So I'd like to welcome Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you so much for joining.
Good to see you.
So was there a moment in tonight's speech where that really kind of summarized everything that you felt, that really clarified into one moment, distilled into one moment, really what this administration is about thus far?
I think when Donald Trump made the outlandish claim that he's been the most accomplished president in American history, including above George Washington. I mean, we knew that he was going to come to the Hill and repeatedly lie to the American people, and that's exactly what he did. But that captures the fact that it's always about him and never about the American people, which is why the economy is crashing. Things haven't gotten better. They're getting worse. And the free world is falling apart because Donald Trump's playing footsie with Vladimir Putin.
There was a moment that we were just speaking about, and that was what should have been a sweet moment where he highlighted a young kid who's dealing with cancer named DJ, and yet there was no acknowledgement that in the spending bill that Republicans put forward in the beginning of the year, what was cut from that in order to smooth things over so that Elon can have an easier path with his Chinese business interests, is that cancer research funding was stripped out of that bill. And now we're also seeing the NIH, for example, which funds cancer research, also being gutted by somebody like Elon Musk. And so this is just one more example of him being perfectly content to use props to promote himself, but at the same time undermining the very thing he purports to care about.
The GOP tax scam and the reckless Republican budget will devastate medical research, devastate research into pediatric cancer, devastate the social safety net. They're going to go after Social Security benefits. I think that was clear after this speech. And we know that they are proposing the largest Medicaid cut in American history. That's going to hurt children, hurt families, hurt people with disabilities, shut down hospitals, and close nursing homes.
You know, folks are looking at what's happening with the Social Security Administration and the impending cuts to that administration and wondering what the implications are going to be for Social Security itself. And of course, we hear Trump come forward and say that there's nothing to worry about as far as Social Security is concerned, there's nothing to worry about as far as Medicare is concerned, and of course he says that about Medicaid, even though we know that he's proposed $880 billion in cuts to energy and commerce. The only way to find $880 billion in cuts in energy and commerce is to cut Medicaid, in very much the same way the only way to find $230 billion in cuts in the Agriculture Committee is to cut that money from food stamps. And so what do you say to folks who don't know what to believe here because because you've got Democrats saying that these things are very much on the chopping block, and you've got Trump promising up and down, even in instances like this where he's got the eyes of the nation upon him, that he's not going to touch these programs.
Donald Trump and House Republicans are lying to the American people. They're lying about Social Security, they're lying about Medicare, and they certainly are lying about Medicaid. Donald Trump said in January that Republicans were going to love and cherish Medicaid. Give me a break. Love and cherish Medicaid when you propose $880 billion in possible cuts, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. We're going to stand on the side of the American people and their health care, and Republicans are clearly standing on the side of their billionaire donors, the wealthy, the well-off, and well-connected corporations.
What do you make of the fact that, the reality is that if these Republican lawmakers are going to be held to account for what they're trying to do right now, that the way to actually face the American people is going to be at these town halls across the country. And we've seen those crash and burn with even lawmakers in deep Republican states. I'm talking R plus 10, R plus 11, R plus 22, R plus 25. That means 25 points more Republican than the rest of the nation. And recently we've gotten guidance from the NRCC that says that these Republican lawmakers should no longer do town halls. And so my thought, and I'm curious what you think of this, is why not have Democrats, either elected officials from those states or even candidates for office, come in and fill the void? And if these Republicans won't come in, why not just get Democrats to speak to those constituents themselves and show that A, Democrats are not this boogeyman that they've been made out to be on Fox News, on OAN, on Newsmax, and B, actually give those constituents in those districts the opportunity to speak to somebody. And if it's not going to be a Republican, why not put a Democrat in there and say, look, I'm here, I'm listening, I'm going to be accountable to your concerns?
We're willing to go anywhere, anytime, any place to communicate with the American people about what's happening in Washington, D.C., and what the Republicans are absolutely not doing in terms of improving the quality of life of everyday Americans. They promised they were going to lower costs. Costs are exploding. Inflation is up, and to expose the lies connected to the Republican agenda.
And finally, what's your message to folks out there who are watching this stuff play out, knowing full well that Democrats don't have majorities in the House, the Senate, or the White House, and feel like they want to do something? I mean, there's a lot of people who are watching who are highly engaged right now, arguably more engaged right now than even were watching and paying attention prior to the election, at least if social media analytics have anything to say about it, and yet don't know where to best put their energy. And I hear from folks both in the U.S., out of the U.S., people in deep blue states, and of course, folks who live in moderate or even Republican districts. What's the best way to expend some of the energy that they have for people who are looking to help?
Well, make sure that you show up, you stand up, you're speaking up, you're telling your story to your member of Congress, to your senator, whether they're a Democrat or Republican, because at the end of the day, what's going to move this country back in the right direction is for the American people to fully understand the implications of this very divisive and extreme agenda that is being unleashed on the American people. Join an advocacy organization. Show up at a town hall meeting when it's being held. Make sure you're amplifying the stories that move you on your social media, or communicating with your family, with your friends, with your neighbors, with your coworkers. This is an all hands on deck effort. It certainly is going to involve members of the House, members of the Senate, governors, mayors, local elected officials, civil rights groups, advocacy organizations, but most importantly, the American people. It's our country. It's our democracy. It's our future that is on the line. And together, we are going to get through this moment.
Leader Jeffries, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and we will end the live stream there. Again, really lucky to be able to speak to a number of senators and members of Congress tonight. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Please continue to support independent media and continue to stay involved, continue to stay engaged, because that's going to be our best tool moving forward. All right, thanks everybody.